Hello. Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing well. It's Tuesday. We're playing some more Ace Attorney. Hopefully, we'll be getting through cases a bit quicker. I don't know how long they are. The previous ones, the last two were very long, so I'm hoping that the last two will be a little bit more condensed. But who knows? Maybe they're not. Maybe I'll have to talk a lot again. At least over the weekend my voice has recovered a bit. So we should be fine. We should be good to go, I hope. Um Let me just go into the game. Oh, I haven't captured it, have I? Really should do that first. There we are. Oh, it froze for a second. Now there's the game. Okay, well, I mean, that works. As long as you can see the game, right? So, Twisted Carmen is lost. Bow. Yes. There we go. It was indeed a most bizarre incident born of a curious advertisement and a commonplace killing at the edge of town.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
What was with the red-haired people earlier? Curious advertisement? And there was just a lot of red-haired people. Is that like a thing? I guess we'll see. 8 days after the earth-shattering trial, and Kazuma regaining his memory, we were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Oh, fancy. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father... Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer, the professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows then. About Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. Ah, there she is. Oh, there they are. Oh, father. Twitchy, hello. Congrats on being first. I hope you're doing well. Hello, Susato. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived safe and sound. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh, no, not at all. It's my pleasure. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know? The news has crossed the seas. It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man, and why do I feel as though I've seen him before? It's the judge. You've just been reading about the Afstedentocht on BCC, so naturally thought of you. Both are mad. Well, it hasn't happened in a long time. I think people have stopped getting excited about it happening at 1997. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. They used to get excited like every year, like, oh, maybe this year it will be cold enough and the ice will be good enough to do it again. Hasn't happened, and it probably never will again. Mostly because global warming, you know. It's one of those things that really shows, at least to me, like things have changed, climate, or like the weather. 200 kilometers in 7 hours, yeah. Yeah, skating through like, well, 11 villages, right, cities. On like a route. It's a long one. I don't know how they do it, to be honest. I would never do that, but that's also because I don't really skate, so, you know. It's like an ice skating thing that became very popular, but I never really got it. And then when I was actually like old enough to maybe get an interest in it, well, at least when I was like 8, apparently, they stopped happening. So it's like I always heard about it more of like from like a perspective of that used to happen. I think I saw it happen once when I was very young, like on TV. And it sounds like, well, in my memory, it's more of like a, oh yeah, that used to be a thing. It never has been since. Which is kind of concerning when you think about it, that the state of the ice, because they want to try it every year. They check every year, is it possible? Every year. And without fail, it's every time it's not been possible. Just because the ice hasn't been formed enough. You had no idea it got so cold there? Yeah, it used to. It used to. Like I remember my childhood, there was quite a lot of snow and ice. Not every year, but like a lot of the time there was quite a bit of snow and ice. And yeah, now in recent decades it's just not happened. There's snow every now and then, but it's really just like a couple of days generally that there's snow or ice, and then it's gone again. Or even if it does last longer, it's usually not cold enough to really get to the point of like, oh, the rivers have frozen over, right? Because that's what needs to happen. The rivers need to freeze completely. You get the snow and ice with the low temperatures already because of wind combining with it. Yeah, rivers don't really freeze for you. Yeah, that makes sense. It's something that I'm not really interested in, but I'm still kind of sad that it doesn't happen anymore because, well, it was like a big event, right? And it just isn't possible anymore because of circumstances, which is, yeah, it's how it goes, but it's not great. I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Shishiro? Firm tap should do it. Yes. A firm tap? What? Here we go then. I hereby pronounce the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo not. Okay, okay, no, he says guilty, okay. That's kind of rude. You can't just say I'm guilty of what? How's the case going? We've literally just started this case. We're in a hotel, which is quite fancy. And we're welcoming Susato's father and the judge from Japan, who have come to Great Britain for some kind of great exhibition thing. I think it's about like what's it called? God, I'm blanking on the term. Like criminal technology and stuff like that. It's not the teleportation one. Yeah, no, we finished that one last week, not too long ago. It was interesting. So there's a lot of crazy stuff going on now. Especially with that case, like the end of that case. So I don't know, do you remember Kazuma at all? Our friend, from the start basically, that died. No, the guy with the headband that defies gravity, that one, that's blowing in the wind, even though there's no wind. Maybe not. Okay. Yeah, him. So he died very early on. It's like the second case or something. Was his death, and then now he's back. He's alive again, or he was never dead to begin with. It was all like a ruse or some. I don't know. Basically, we found out like his body was supposed to be taken to Hong Kong and then sent back to Japan, right? But it never arrived at Hong Kong, or at least it never arrived back in Japan. And then, like 3 months later, he was he had amnesia, of course, right? And he was assigned to the prosecutor, Van Zieks, you know, the Reaper guy, the vampire. Also, hi Aura, by the way. I hope you're doing well. And so he was training to be a prosecutor. And now he's regained his memory, and we found out that his father was actually a convicted mass murderer in Great Britain 16 years ago. And he was put to death, which is why he wanted to come to Great Britain in the first place. But exactly the reasonings is not sure. But now we're probably going to talk about that a lot, because the judge here and Susato's father, who are here in the hotel, were there 16 years ago. They went on the trip to the UK together. So they would know his father very well, who was a mass murderer. So we want to know what happened, basically. We're like, what the heck? How did we not know about this? Why did you never tell us that his dad was a mass murderer? That seems pretty important. Woodwood, hello. I hope you're doing well. Right. You're the judge. I mean, he hasn't seen him in 6 months. It makes sense that he wouldn't quite remember. Court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke no Naruhodo. It's also quite a different setting, right? So, Your Excellency. Hello, Judge Jigoku. Jigoku, how are you? It's been a long time. Good, you've remembered now. That really did the trick. Guilty! Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time. So, London again, after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Sashiro? What are you talking about, Yujin? Of course, Judge Jigoku, he must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoga. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took a rather a long time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Sorry? Ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Sashiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. What? Can he be a judge and a Minister of Foreign Affairs? Is that allowed? I guess there's maybe nothing against it. Quite the workload, though. It was his personal assistant that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on the study tour. Guilty as charged. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. And he's just joking around. In some countries, it's usually corrupt ones. Is Japan a corrupt country? Maybe. Back then? Possibly. Who knows? I don't think he's corrupt though. He doesn't. He seems like a nice guy, you know? Ah yes, now Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It is that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. Oh, it was 8 days ago? Okay. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Right. Could you tell us more about it? Oh, okay, we have to ask him. Let's talk about Kazuma's father first. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Asogi. Genshin, wow. You knew, I presume, father? Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a close trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. It was very secret. It was like super government secret, basically, that case. Because the aristocracy was involved. What about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up, as if he were my own son. Then, one day, he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided. I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh? What? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zieks. What? What? That's news to us. So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. That is sus. Why wouldn't he say that? Like, if he's already sending a telegram of like, this is what happened, why wouldn't you include the reappearance of someone who they thought was dead? Why would you not include said information? That is very suspect. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father? In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive, and here in London, you say? I never dared even dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. Which is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know exactly. I must speak with him urgently. I wonder how Kazuma's been these last few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? Let's ask about the journey from Japan. That people come back all the time? Yeah, definitely. So how was your voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. And nowadays you wouldn't even be able to imagine, right? Just 50 days to travel somewhere. And that just... like, at best, it's like 2 days, right? You couldn't stand 50 minutes on the ship? Fair, fair. At least by plane, a lot of the time it's like, yeah, a day or two. Like, at best, with a lot... and that's the longest distance possible. That's from, like, probably the UK to Australia or something, with then stopping somewhere. By car, I mean, you can do quite a lot as well. I don't know if ships these days are... like, how much faster they can do it. Like, if a ship were to go from like the UK to Japan, that wouldn't take 50 days anymore, I would assume. Because technology has improved so much. Not sure how quickly they travel. 20 knots at a guess. Yeah, I'm not sure. But I would say they would go faster than a ship back then, right? Like 1900s, 1800s. Like early 1900s, late 1800s at best, right? Like surely in the like 100, 200 years, technology would have improved a lot. So you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris? Did, yes, though only for one night. And yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. It's thanks to Seishiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugen. You were close friends with the professor of forensic science at the major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Cosmo's father, I suppose. Okay. That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Eugen here, Genshin Asogi, and myself. We were the original three. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you. 16 years ago. Things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady. Yes, grandmother told me. He went to do research at the Great London Hospital to study autopsy. Practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. No more talk of graves. Very often there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden his name was. He was a good man. Yes, but then of course in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing and tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after the trial, we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. It was a lost cause, sadly. No. I do wonder, like what if they accused him wrongly and just... Because they would have killed an innocent man, right? Not much faster, according to Quick Search. There was a steamship in 1899 that could do 22 knots, but it wouldn't have cruised at that speed. Right. Interesting. Okay. But I guess nowadays you wouldn't do that travel unless you had to either transport something like goods or something with a ship, But even then, that might be too long of a journey. Or a pleasure cruise or something, right? You wouldn't need to stop off as many places these days. That's true. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have held you up for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Zado-san's gone off at a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Kazoo, thank you so much for the raid. Lucille T, Kazoo, welcome, welcome. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Aura, can you give a shout out? I was about to do it, but you're here, so nice. Oh, we were playing Played Up. I hope it went really well. I'm sure it did. Very fun game. Did you have a good stream? Or playing some more Ace Attorney? You didn't even get your raid message right? Oh no. I mean, it was only one letter off, right? It's fine. It got the point across. It is very fun. It's a very fun game. It's just so cozy in here. I love being in your streams. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you being here. We're playing more Ace Attorney. We're talking about a lot of death and murder. I'm sure it's fine. Very cozy. Hi Zelda, welcome. I hope you're well. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I have been a miserable father to her. I have thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh yes, Sato-san hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Shishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. But perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So, that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford a young woman such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor. Ah, one other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Well, the thing is, I'm so sorry that took so long. Oh, we got interrupted again. You're fine? That's good to hear. Good to hear, Zelda. So Summer Green, hello. And thank you for the hydrate as well. I'm doing good myself as well. Oh, let's see. Lucille and I did some speedruns and died a lot. speedrun runs and died a lot. I think it's about the same amount of cozy. I guess, yeah, that sounds about right. But yeah, for me, like I had to deal with something yesterday because um, I have a GitHub account for my code because I'm working on my chatbot and stuff, right? So I made a GitHub account last week, and then yesterday I tried to log into it, and it had been suspended for suspicious activity or something. I don't know. Um, it's I got the message today that it's no longer suspended. I had to like I messaged them being like, what the heck? um, but yeah, they unsuspended the account uh, already, and they were like, yeah, sorry, the automated systems flagged it as suspicious. I'm like, what? How? What did I do? I just uploaded some of my code for the first time. I did one. I uploaded one thing, right? I uploaded my code one time, and then like a week later, my account is suspended. I didn't do anything. I was like, what about my code is suspicious? There is something wrong with it? But no, apparently not. The system just thought. It sounds familiar. I know what's going on. Grab me later tonight. I'll tell you what I think is going on. Okay. If you have an idea, that's cool. I'll talk to you then. Because I'd love to know. What the heck? Microsoft Bullocks. Okay, I mean, it sounds about right. Oh, we have D&D tonight? Nice. Enjoy your D&D later. But yeah, I had to deal with that. But other than that, I've been good. Um, it's just a mess you have to deal with all of a sudden, right? It's like, oh, well, I wanted to use this thing and now I can't. And then it stopped me from fully investing time into it because I was going to set up things yesterday so that I could do more coding and things. I ended up doing that now after I just got unsuspended. Um, but of course that soured the mood yesterday, and then I ended up not doing a lot. I did do some other stuff luckily, but it was a bit annoying because it's my one day that I have off that I don't stream, right? So I have to make sure that I do the things then that I want to do, and then you get hit by a suspension, and you're like, what do I do? What do I do with that? It's so stupid. Um, but luckily they were quick to respond because I was thinking maybe it will take like days or something. But no, it was just next day, fix, no problem, it's all good. Um, so that's nice. Yeah, let's continue here. Also, we've seen this guy before, I think. Or at least, I think so, maybe not. Maybe just random NPC that looks alike. This is Otto. Now then, allow us to take your bags. Allow me to take your bags. Why does the porter have a camera? One moment, if you please, porter. Of course, sir. The machine around your neck, it's a camera, I believe. He's a reused model from the first game. That makes sense. I was like, I've seen the guy before. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Why does he have a flask? Is he drinking on the job? Is he? Oh, it's the omnibus guy. Right, yeah. That's right. Is that why he has the flask as well? Just a little nip on now and again, yeah. I mean, you gotta stay cozy, right? When you're doing the porter job. I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Yeah, yes, of course. Oh, Naruhodo needs to lighten up a bit. He's too nervous all the time. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mixo was about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. Oh, tea. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. Let's go for a spot of tea. Oh, why is the mask here? Also, what the heck? It's a mask? That's the mask God, Kazuma was wearing, right? Localization fail. Ooey! Ooey! Is that the sound? I don't know what that is. What was that? A man screaming in a most unflattering way. What? Is that what that sounds like? Is that... Hmm. I don't know the... Eh? I'm not really, no. I always get them confused. Is it more like eh? I don't know. I have no clue. We don't use them. Like eh, but not really. Is that right? Eh? Eh? Exactly the same as E. Or as you can tell. Eh, it's not. I don't know. The accents always throw me off. You tell me a vocal one day. Yeah, I mean I know I've looked it up before and I always forget, so it's not like I will remember. I might remember a little bit better, I don't know. Ask Google, true. I could ask Google. Let me actually see if it sounds like A in some countries and more like A in some others. Also, hello. Hello, Newman. I hope you're doing well. Let me see if I could do so. Okay, what's the difference? Here we go. That is the grave accent, right? That's the one. Accent grave. They're like, eh? Huh? What? Eh, I think. They give they say E in bet. Eh, is what they say. But um also commonly appears in verb conjugation. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's like but eh. You know the meme cries in Spanish? That's all this is, except it's cries in foreign European. I mean, that sounds about right, yeah. The wildest thing happened. Suddenly your Tears of the Kingdom save was gone and you had to start a new save. Oh no. Did you did you start all over again, Lumen? That's what you're saying. Yeah, that's it was someone else, another Korok. Okay. I mean, it's a difficult thing to explain. Like, oh, this accent sounds like this, and this accent sounds like that, right? Like, oh, okay, yeah. But then I always forget which one is which. But either way, it's not even that important. I don't know why that was such a tangent. Do you think could it have been Mr. Shones? Oh my, I do hope not. Okay. Who are these people? Okay, there's new people here. And there's a kid crying. Lovely. I don't want to do it anymore. Is it Mario? I don't want to do it. What is... Mon ami, mon ami. And stop this disgraceful display, huh? Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red. I think they must be clients of Mr. Shones. Right, you two? You coming with me now, down to the clink? No. Clearly from the Uzumaki clan. I don't know about that. Not in prison. It's dark and damp, and I don't like it. Above the darkness, it is my friend. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Want to talk with you again. But you're always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiots! I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist. Away! Away! I don't like this. I don't like it. What is going on? What is this? All tough. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. And thanks, you're a great detective. Wow. Kinda sounds like Waluigi, yeah. Wow, wow. The bright red hair sells them out. What do you mean bright red hair, Uzumaki? I mean... Not Naruto, at least. His mom was. And then the clan, like the clan he came from. But not Naruto. Naruto broke the streak, you know? what? Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. That's Naruto's name. You know the anime Naruto? Naruto had his father's hair, Karen still has red hair. Yeah. I hate Naruto? That's fair. It's not a great show. I mean, it's fun every now and then, but there's a lot of filler episodes and stuff as well. But why do you hate it? What about it? The story is mad, the anime is ugly. Okay, fair. That is completely fair. I mean, the story is indeed not amazing or anything. Nothing fantastic, but I don't think it's supposed to be. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Bruno. Oh, Iris, we're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh well, that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Yes, of course. Oh no. So Iris, all that remains now is the greatest problems known to man. Oh no. But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? Why is your hair red, Herlock? What? Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Got to get some light bulbs? Okay, good luck with that, Twitchy. I'll see you in a bit. Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Whatever is going on here today? In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today. Looks like the lady in Eurythmics. I don't know what she looks like. But it sounds right. It's a nice shade of red though, I gotta say. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Tell the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Ah, good song. So Shums, who were the 2 gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals. What your favorites from them? I don't know a lot of the songs. I do know that one though. Nothing of significance. Of course they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all matter of infractions. When the mood takes you? All manner of infractions? But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock's shows, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh my, you were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes? but I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally. You should have asked Gregsy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party. I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Ah, I have it. A bungler. That's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads had been up to no good? I wonder what the men did. So Gregson didn't answer Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Kinda rude. But he probably has a reason. It's kinda... I don't know, it's probably foreshadowing, actually. Now that I think about it. What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes? How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops. Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man. Our lots? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes? Why, is it not obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent. Huh. But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame de Spells only the other day? Pshaw, a large sum. I want potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later, and all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you. Okay, he's terrible with money then, huh? Honestly, Ernie, you know you squandered it. Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago now. I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem. For the coming months, at least. And what was the answer? Why, there's a substantial clue before your very eyes. Don't tell me. Let me see. Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There's one particular feature about my person that has changed. You shouldn't notice it in the end, I think. In the end? It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation. I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks for the hints. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes any longer. Goes on much longer, rather. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago you said it to us. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. That case aboard the SS Beria in January. Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they'd carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Oh, how horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh. I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes. Oh. Okay, well what's this mask doing here? The mask Kazuma wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zieks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. He ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? That is true. At least he's supposed to be. But he hasn't really told us much, which is kind of sus. Okay, well there's not much going on right now. Is there anything going on here? Oh. There's Van Zieks. Going on. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zieks doing here? My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? This place is stifling enough as it is. They really don't need any more tension. Oh. My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Well done. Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Okay. Now then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? I'm right here. Kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced the room. Oh, why am I yawning? Oh, I'm too cozy, I think. I keep yawning. I've never experienced a room at such perfect temperature. If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly? As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam? Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zieks. I will attend at once. Okay. He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything, have I? These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in a spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Mr. Naruhodo, he's talking about Dr. Scythe. Oh, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, fear not, you've done nothing wrong. Dr. Seth's own wrongdoing precipitated this situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zieks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh. Missing? What's become of Kazuma-sama now? Oh no. Not again. Kazuma. Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. Oh wow. 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? Rinosuke, really? I mean, I guess that's a difficult thing to grasp, but yeah. As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital, Tokyo, is 2 million. I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making, 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries. Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques, and cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark's first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the world. In the new world, is what he said, right? He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. Whoops. I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Scythe at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously. Nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial. We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. Stormrider is pissed because he's let us get back in the courtroom and we immediately wrecked his plans. Yeah. He keeps being like, no, it's not your fault. It makes, yeah, you had to do this. I get it. But he's super pissed about it. He's like, I know you did the right thing, but fuck you. Basically. About Lord Van Zieks' apprentice. Ah, yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say. Did you and he are old friends? How did you become an apprentice to Lord Van Zieks in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my, so he stowed away to get here. He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zieks, that way I could keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zieks with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. I mean, to be fair, considering Lord Van Zieks' appearance, he can probably be like, yeah, my apprentice has a mask, what of it? Like, what do you mean? And like, oh, it must be like a weird thing that he does, like everything else. He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zieks. I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh. I take it you also didn't know? That the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Genshin Asogi. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was... Ah yes, Genshin Asogi. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. They were such awful murders, and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited here to study by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relationships between our two nations at the time, I understand. Relations, right? Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of a mass murderer? The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. True. True. Are they related? Possibly. I guess go back to here. What to do? It's good news that Professor Mikotoba arrived safely, isn't it? Yes, it's wonderful. And the fact that Father has been invited to this important international event really makes me very proud to be his daughter. Your father, Judge Jigoku, us, and Kazuma, of course. There's an ever-increasing number of Japanese here in Britain's capital, isn't there? Well, yes, I suppose so. But London does have a population of 6 million people, so I think we're still still a minority. Suzaru's father, who came here as a visiting student 16 years ago, and Kazuma. It's almost as if some great power has been at work, drawing them here across the ocean to London. And I feel as though the waters are starting to swell again now. Okay, well that didn't help us at all. Nice painting. Don't know if there's anything I can do here. Oh, have a good one, Zelda. Enjoy the rest of your day. You earn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanket, the tail is so confident. I can imagine. I've never like used a kotatsu, but it sounds like it would be very comfy. Very warm. Am I missing something? Yeah, it must be. Like I've done all the talking. I'm right in thinking that these scales are a symbol of the defense and law, aren't they? They're supposed to symbolize treating everything equally and fairly. That's why they're always in the middle, balanced. Equal measures on both sides. Recently though, whenever I see a set of scales, I can only think of the enormous scales of justice. They're always leaning one way or the other. They're only ever in balance right at the start. It must be something peculiar to the British. I'm afraid I can't shed any light on it. Oh, those silly British. I'm showing us my armband. He doesn't want it. And I guess there must be something I can do here. In the chest where Iris keeps her very important papers. So you'd think they'd treat it with more care. Only the other day I saw Mr. Shrums kick it. Suppose something must have been frustrating him. The chest was fine, but Mr. Shrums was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Oof. Poor Shrums. We love a kotatsu. You got chilblains all winter from the temperature changes between working at your desk during a cold day, sleeping in a warm bed at night. Kotatsu might fix that. I have chilblains a lot as well. Poor circulation, especially in my feet. They're always cold. Always cold. Mr. Shrums' curious collection. I do believe he's added to it since I last looked. There's a mysterious pince-nez, a mysterious little box, a mysterious horseshoe, a mysterious biscuit. I think the last one might just be one of Iris' unfinished snacks. Welcome back, Twitchy. I'm already stuck, apparently. I haven't even started any case and I'm already stuck in what to do. Your feet are only warm, but the rest of you is uncomfortably hot. They're icicles otherwise. Yeah. I don't really feel it generally that they're cold, but then like when I actually sit down and I like feel my foot with my hand, I'm like, that's really cold. Why are they so cold? So I've talked to the Lord Chief Justice, I've talked to Shrums, I've talked to Mikotoba and Jigoku. I really don't know what else I can do. I don't have much to present. There's something we showed to Shrums? I mean, I have my armband. But I mean, he said something along the lines of like, you need to examine more clues or something. I guess the newspaper is the only thing. This looks like last week's edition. What's the article circled in red ink? It's an advertisement column. It says to the Red-Headed League. Yeah, okay, so it's this. Red-Headed League? What's that? I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but... Well, he is red-headed right now. Is something on my face? Clearly this has something to do with that lively hair. Okay, well let's... Okay. How did I not see the newspaper? I'm just blind sometimes. I was looking around and I was like, I don't see anything in particular that catches my eye. I guess a newspaper isn't very, like, catching though. Very eye-catching. Okay, what have we got? Public health report. Despite the condition of the City of London itself of late, it has been a positive year so far in public health. There have been fewer cases of consumption reported when compared to the time last year, and smallpox is an all-time low thanks to the vaccinations offered at the smallpox and fever hospitals throughout the various parts of London. Nice, good job London. Doctors, however, warn that there appears to be the beginning of yet another cholera epidemic on the horizon. Although the cause of such outbreaks remains unclear, the public is strongly advised to drink only water which has been previously boiled. Well, I mean, you gain some, you lose some, right? Truly, more than any other nation, Britain has been successful in its endeavors thanks in part to the generosity of its many investors and its long illustrious tradition of fostering inquiries into the sciences. Lest it be forgotten, she is the nation that gave to the world the genius of Sir Isaac Newton. However, there is one other factor at work: the shifting field of economic thought. Despite the fact that Adam Smith's magnum opus, The Wealth of Nations, was published in 1776, the doctrine of laissez-faire has only begun to truly take root in the last few decades. It remains to be seen just how influential and enduring his ideas will prove to be. They're grateful you're in a time and place where you can drink water straight out of the tap if you want. Yeah, not everywhere, sadly, but in a lot of places, especially in the Western world, you can do that. Some places it's better than others as well, but like over here as well, I always drink from the tap. This is all tap water. Though it is nice every now and then to boil it a bit, make some tea, right? I mean, maybe that's why England likes its tea anyway. Because might as well boil it, right? We need to boil it anyway, might as well make tea. Anyway, we should probably read the actual, like, thing that's highlighted. The Red-Handed League. On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiah Hopkins of Lebanon, PA, USA, there is now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on the morning of the 31st at the large park on Lime Street. You just get money for being a redhead? And that, like £4 a week is actually a decent sum at that point in time. What the heck? How would that even work? There's a Vietnamese YouTuber who studied in Germany and lives with her German boyfriend who made a short about going back to Vietnam and forgetting she couldn't just get water from the tap. Yeah. Yeah, £4 a week. Get paid for being a redhead? Yeah. Imagine, Darius. Imagine. So £4 18. Well, what year is it? Like 18 something? Why can't I see the date on the newspaper? Shaking my head. Okay, let me see. It would be like 400 pounds? Another home story they've nicked. You know, the story is resolved, you better watch what you say. Unless they've changed it. They probably changed it somewhat. They like taking the names somewhat. Or using them. But I don't think they like one-on-one like copy the things. Maybe there's references and stuff like that. But yeah, it still would be like, according to what I just read, it was like £4 a week is like 100 times as much right now. It's 1890X. You're pretty sure they never say a year outright. Yeah. And it's last 100 centuries. It's like I keep saying late 1800s, early 1900s, and it's basically that, right? You want to just notice I'm wearing Pikachu? What could you not notice? How could you not? Shaking my head. But yeah, this would be like a livable salary nowadays. I mean, you probably wouldn't be able to buy a house on it or anything, but you would be able to live easy. And back then, I think it was even more than that. You could buy a house for 25 quid then? Yeah. Yeah, I think you could actually just do very well on this. £4 a week? Be rich? Just for being a redhead? I can't believe this. Oh right, I just presented. Looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. To the Red-Headed League, Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. Huh. So at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? In the first instance, and quite indispensable observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? Probably boast. Imagine being able to just buy a house, I know, right? Like, I have a lot of savings, and I still can't buy a house. Just because I don't earn enough. Which is just the silliest thing. It's like, okay, but I know I can... Like, I can pay back whatever... loan I get. But I can't get the loan because I don't earn enough. Okay? Cool? Right? I guess I'll just pay money in rent every month instead. That just goes nowhere and doesn't get lower instead. Which is... Right, okay, yeah, sure. That's great. At least my rent is very reasonable. Quite low, actually, all things considered. What is this red-headed league? Which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you circled. You noticed it in the paper, then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Oh my, £4 a week? But why? What are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement. But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. So will I. Just on the off chance. That might be stretching a point, I think. The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see. Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away. It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes. So you decided to try to join in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it. Okay, what? Can she join the Red Hat League with pink hair? I don't think so. Maybe? Is pink not just a very light shade of red? It's close enough, right? Maybe. I don't know. My pipe dream is to get a really well-paying job and be able to buy your mama a house so she can have her own space and not have to worry about being forced out. Yeah. Yeah. For external reasons like you have with our last couple of houses. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I've not been worried about that because of my current landlord, I guess, if you can call it that. They're very easygoing, which is nice. But it's like an organization. And I never had issues with them. They always are, whenever I have issues that need to be repaired or something, they're very quick to actually act on that. So I can't really complain. But yeah, I've heard a lot of horror stories about renting and being forced out of a house, or crazy things like that, where I'm like, how is that legal, more like, but it's difficult. Use the argument, we can be like, black hair is just an extremely dark shade of red. True. Pay nuke miles. Ooh, those are very valid. What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes? I'm glad you asked, Mr. Zato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight. By the wonders of chemistry. Chemistry? I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair flame-like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. I think I'll pass. But, Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Amateurs are always hampered by such fears. Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say? But of course. To earn £4 per week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. Right. That degree of spread signals more than just a little danger, surely. Right. It's not dyed, it's stained. Well, the thing is, he drank something that just turned his hair red. But it was like experimental and everything. He wasn't even trying to make red hair dye. He just accidentally made something that does that and then drank it. Like a madman. How did he make it to his 30s? I don't know. So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street where the Red-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members. So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-headed folk, like a coster's orange barrel. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Hillock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which, I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police. What? What? You can't just do that. What? If you could change your hair color with a drink, would I? No, not really. What color would I pick? I mean, if I can... I don't know, because I kind of like my current hair color. I'm fine with it. A nice brown. You would take the darkest of black hair in a blink. Nice, Luma, nice. Yeah, I don't know if I could change it. It would save you a lot of green hair dye and bleach. Oh yeah, definitely. If you keep dyeing it, then being able to like turn it a different color forever is great. I don't think I would change it at all. But I'm also not like particular about, because right now I am graying slowly but surely, right? But I'm not really, I don't mind as well, because I think gray can look good as well, like a more, or like a whitish almost. So I don't know, I don't mind. I don't mind my hair color changing or like being this color. Being able to change it at will would be cool though. If only for like cosplay purposes or things like that. That would be amazing. You're so jealous of redheads. If you could get copper red hair with a drink, you would, yeah. Love to experiment with your hair color, but you're terrified of bleach killing your hair. Because it takes so long to grow out. Give me potion instead. Yeah. Then like that would be the best. If you don't have to bleach your hair, it doesn't affect it, doesn't stain it. Just it goes from one color to the next, no problems. That would be amazing. But sadly science isn't there yet. Grammatality? Oh no. I'm not that old. Not yet. So I turn the prayer into the police. Soon? No, Twitchy, please. I'm only 33, okay? I'm only 33. I'm not that old, please. Not yet. Oh dear, what a disaster for Hurley and those two redheads. I mean, yeah, but isn't that like illegal? To just like he basically just arrested two people for no reason. He was like, I'm just angry that my scheme didn't work, so I'm gonna like send you to the police. I feel like that's illegal. Aha, here's my guest now. My latest client with money to spend. Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley. Remember, Iris, we're at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, please, oh please. She was a jury member in the last case. Interesting. You do dye your hair black, but lately you've been super lazy. Fair. Please find my husband, he's run away. Oh no. Runaway husband. To upset me. I beg your pardon? Never mind, a personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam. Be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please. Of course. God, Sholmes, please. You don't want to risk permanent damage that makes you want to chop your hair off to have healthy hair again. Yeah. I'm just glad I like my natural hair color. Because I know how frustrating it is to try and like change it. What's the matter, Mrs. Otto? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before, very recently. Yes, now that you mention it. You had your hair black and lavender before you chopped and grew it back. Ooh. That does sound pretty. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. I implore you to take this case, sir. Money is no object, simply name your figure. Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence. I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. Right, okay. I trust you will remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be... Oh, me? What I am about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand? Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me. I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. What? Why did I ever get my hopes up? Sholmes is such a faker, I know, right? Forgive me for asking, Miss Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps? Oh my... Pshaw, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Ah, I knew I recognized her. Well, I already said so. But then again, Naruhodo is more forgetful than me, apparently. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hands. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. Let's go, she's nice to us and not racist. Yeah! Ooh. Not racist against Japanese people for once, imagine. It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean. Oh, Sholmes, why? Pardon? Oh no. No, don't do that. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry, if you can't hear, it was the frippery really, nothing more. No, look what you started, Mr. Sholmes. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Damn it, Sholmes. Tell us about your husband, madam. Mr. Vigil, my daily, is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. Oh. Entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married? It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear, I need only look at you to know these things. Oh gosh. Your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your hat is regularly groomed? Okay, sure. And your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? Your hat is nicely groomed. It's kind of a weird thing to say, Sholmes. Like, I get what you mean, but it's kind of weird. Because the hat is kind of weird. Now that I'm noticing it and looking at it, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of weird. I'm not sure what the hat is supposed to be. You know? It's a very strange hat. That's right, he's a kind of man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that's exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? Yeah, what is it? I'm not sure what it is. I don't know. Like, the top part here looks kind of like braided hair, but it's not. I don't think. And it's like, the base is alright, but then it has this poofy stuff coming out of it. But then there's a hat with feathers on it. Are they feathers? I mean, this could be feathers. But what is this? The yellow? It might be netting? I don't know. Or puffy cloth. It's probably puffy cloth, but it looks so strange. now that I've noticed it, I'm like trying to figure out how it would like look normally, but I can't think of it. how it would actually. Delty Hat Detective. Yeah, look, I'm sorry, I got distracted. Sometimes you just look at something, you're like, that's weird, and then you get distracted a lot. At least I do. By the thing. He's a warder at the prison. Ooh. A warder? That is somewhat unusual. So, your husband is a prison warder. That's the weirdest thing in these games, the hats. Yeah, definitely the weirdest thing. There's nothing else weird in this game at all. That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Oh, indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out. Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishments? And at such times he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Barclay Prison, Mr. Shrums. Ooh, wait, isn't Barclay the one that... No, Kazuma's father was imprisoned in and executed at later? Or executed in quotation marks because he wasn't actually, but you know. Yep, yeah, okay, I thought so. At least my memory isn't failing me. Oh, that whole situation is still so odd that they failed to execute him or something, and then he got buried and then shot after he got out of his grave. I still wonder who shot him, because that wasn't actually said, right, in the previous case. Like, there was a lot of things coming out, but not who actually shot the guy in the end. Because the, oh god, what was his name? Big scandal in the last case was that they lied about executing him to help him escape. We don't know who shot him. Yeah, exactly. So because the guy with the lantern, I keep forgetting his name, who found him, right? He had blood on his camera from the shot, but he didn't actually see the shooter, at least he said, because he ran away. Drebber, yes. Enoch Drebber. Oh well, we'll find out eventually, probably, maybe. It will take a long time if I keep going at this pace, though. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it. Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery. No. Lowgate Cemetery? The very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable. Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me. Ah, pay no heed, madam. Pay no heed. A private matter. Wait, how... He was responding to my thoughts, and she was like, "What was that?" He's like, "Oh, no, never mind." Can't really be a coincidence, can it? No. So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance, when did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday? It really is recent. Laughably so. The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return at home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day? That has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever can have happened? My dear Mrs. Vigil, please, calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas, as my husband has only been missing for one day. Oh yeah, it is a big feather, look. It is a big feather. See? But then this stuff is just filling the edges of the hat for some reason. Oh, I shouldn't be paying attention to the hat anymore, but I can't help myself. I was asked to wait patiently at home. God. In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention. Oh my god, Sholmes. You seek only to put this sweet rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation. Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir. Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure. So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes. Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. Ah. We have the photograph. Thank you. Now, allow me to show you the door. I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. He's gonna get another fat paycheck and blow it all within a matter of days. Yep. You know, I think it every time, Hurley, but how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure? I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her some good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked, at Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that. Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. There we go. We already know. But it's good that they actually, like, give you a flashback, just in case. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated, the professor. And now water from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed. But now nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean, would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair. Right. Okay. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was a quite different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. No, you're not. You're not busy at all. You just given me the only thing you had to do. I'm pretty sure. Damn it, Sholmes. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its four high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. Oh. That's an interesting clock. That's a very interesting clock. Plus, I mean, the decorations, the bird. I think the bird is too big for its cage. I gotta say. Are there like, is this on the wall? Are those handcuffs? Is it stuffed? Maybe. Would be an odd thing to do though. Because if it's stuffed, why does it need a cage? Oh yeah, there's handcuffs over here as well. Why the heck do you have chains on your wall? This is like... Whoever... This governor, I don't trust him already. I have not even seen him. But just looking at the decorations he chose, don't trust the guy or girl or whoever this is. You have a friend who has chains on his wall? Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the situation, but the combination of things, like having a giant axe, a shotgun, or rifle. This is a rifle, I think. A clock that has this, and then a giant bird, which is actually the least weird thing, with then chains on the wall, and then a deer head mounted to the wall. Like, that to me just screams psychopath. That combination of things, I'm like, you're not good in the head. This place is full of hardened criminals. I cannot remember the last time a civilian was doing here. And you did not want to talk to an inmate, but to me. I don't know. Do you ken who I am? I'm the governor, Barry Caden. Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. I'm an Easterner, I see. What does that mean? Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yeah? Well, there's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Okay. Oh, what was that? I came to ask some questions about... I do not like to be so direct, but... I've no intention of speaking with the likes of you, suspicious looking Easterners. Now get out of my hair. So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means... I think it's because of the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Asogi, also known as the professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known. Just living around about the case, aren't ya? Yeah? Your agents, eh? Part of the professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all. We're just... Get going with you. Before I punch your light suit. We're going. Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden. What are you thinking, Mrs. Otto? I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. I will present to you this photograph. Let me show you this. No? Okay, he doesn't want to see the photograph of Mr. Vigil, I guess, so that's not gonna work. Okay, he doesn't want to talk. I can't examine anything. What the heck? Rude. Mikatoba, the border won't talk to me. Hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked. But where's Judge Jigoku? Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taking himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Having only just arrived in the country today, goodness, he's full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you'd known the prison governor at Barclay Prison. Oh, Governor Caden, you mean? So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Oh, would you? That would be wonderful if you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. I'm busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee. No, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know? Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? They can read his mind all the time. Mikatobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Well, them and Herlock Sholmes as well, apparently. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? Wow. Let's not fall out now, I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Ah, thank you. Good luck then. Okay, that's all we needed, I guess. Let me actually look at this. Why is it ripped here? Professor Mikatoba has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? I don't know. I can't read this. Can you read this? I don't think it's great handwriting. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Is it just me, or does it that make me sound extremely untrustworthy? I do wish he'd at least called you a nice young man. I'm really not sure that would help. Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Bruce. First class cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th of September. London arrival 1st of November. Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikatoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it's called a at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Buria. Seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you? Don't you think? I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. Keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Oh no. Are you like this on purpose? Yes. I'm always like this. If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden. What's this, son? You kinda pull the wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba? That young jock from the forensics laboratory? That Mikotoba? Yes, exactly, him. Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Eugen's Mikotoba's daughter, Susanna. Jeez, you're the young man's daughter? And you didn't think to mention that before. I do apologize. Why, well, you'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And don't forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits. Handcuff biscuits? Interesting. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now. So then, what can I do for you, Anne? Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing. Missing? That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor. I haven't heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison. Oh, but how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder. Eh? Vigil? That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? Aye, of course. Okay. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison. I like that no crime has actually been committed yet. Like, there's nothing that's happened yet and it's been 2 hours. Really. It's all been a lot of, like, fluff. That he was. I mean, to be fair, I've also been talking a lot outside of the game, so... Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder. Sorry, did you say was? Aye, he doesn't work here anymore. He left his job. He left the job. Oh my. When was this exactly? There is a question. When was it about? It can't have been much less than 10 years ago now. And his wife didn't know that he was no longer the warden at the prison for 10 years. What? How is she that clueless? How did she not know? Did he just never tell her? What? 10 years ago? You stopped working here 10 years ago? Aye, as I mind it, you can. Haven't heard this fella's name in all that time. That's to worry if he's gone missing though. But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. Well, like he comes home with prisoners on his boots. Well, no, but like, wouldn't you tell your wife, like, oh, I've switched jobs, or like, something, you know? Even if it's not immediately, surely at some point you would realize, like, wait a minute, he's not going to the prison. Where has he been working? What has he been doing? Thinks he's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Kading, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here? Well, I have an inkling. I have an inkling of why it possibly could have, you know... I have an inkling of what could possibly be the reason. The whole Professor Case thing, you know? Possibly, maybe? That's important, is it? Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Ah, which was exactly when the professor was being held in prison. Yeah, exactly. So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of Chief Warder 10 years ago, you're telling us. What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. You mean he was dismissed? Oh, he turns his back again. It was after a particular walk. Sorry? A walk? Aye, that's our word for it in here. A walk to the gallows. An execution. It's the job of the Chief Warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions, you see. Only Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning. What did he do? I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that information. But I can tell you that it's very rare for a Chief Warder to be relieved of his post. But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. I wouldn't have cared anything about that, I'm afraid. Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? And what would that be, Anne? That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, I really am. But I'm at no liberty to answer that. I see. I mean, makes sense. It's a government secret. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted. The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Do you can? Yeah, I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable. Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard, in the basement of St. Sinners. It's still in use today. St. Sinners? That's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been there. Mikasoba and I oft used to ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms. For more fresh material, I suppose. Aye, and we used to sit in here for hours and gab on about dissection and all sorts. Ah, takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, of course. How charming. Right. He was a good fellow, your father. Reliable, dead set on his work. but I'm afraid I'll never understand your Japanese. Because of Genshin Nasogi, I suppose. Well... Oh. I cannot tell you anything else. Thank you so much for your time, Governor. Oh, one moment before you walk away and... Oh? I'm sure I have it in here somewhere. Oh, he has an axe on his belt? Interesting. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to prison. What is it? That's Vigil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course. Oh my, are you sure? Aye, it's no trouble at all. No, not the original mind. That makes sense. You wouldn't give me the original, that would be weird. Thank you so very much, Governor Caden. Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed. Okay. Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found out about Mr. Vigil. What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Let me look here. Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict blank just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with the prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Interesting. So, Daily Vigil was the one who helped him escape. Interesting. Sing me a song, Baker Street. Is there a song called Baker Street? I guess so. I don't quite know it. Do I know it? Maybe I should know it. It's a cracker. Okay. 1978. Okay. I'll have to look at that. I can't do it right now because I don't know how it goes. If you prefer to play piano, I'll add 5 posture checks. Oh no. No, I'll do the singing. It's fine. We're back. Hello, you two. Oh, no, never mind. It's Iris. It's not... not Sholmes. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. Oh, scones, nice. Oh. Sholmes, what the Greetings, my dear fellows. You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Oh my. Great, tell me, what of our water friend? Have you garnered some new information? Yeah, imagine not testing your chemical stuff that you're ingesting. Maybe an idea next time, Sholmes. Maybe an idea. Oh, yes, something very surprising, in fact, though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. Most certainly isn't, but still, we discovered that... Shams! Oh. Okay, it's Gina. Shams! Drop everything, Shams. This is more important. Gina? I can't Adam and Eve it. Okay. Oh no, this is bad, isn't it? Oh no, Gina. Don't cry. What's happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. Chums, this is no time to joke, okay? Is the boss? What do you mean? Inspector Gregson? Oh, the boss he's dead. Dead? What? They just found his body shot with a pistol? What? But Inspector Gregson? He was murdered? No, not Gregsy. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Oh, not Gregson. I like Gregson. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was really shot. I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene. Where did this take place? A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. The outskirts of town. Nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss he was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. I was gonna show him that I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Ginny. Oh. Oh, Gina. Poor Gregson. Who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already? Already? They've caught the shooter so soon? A witness reported something was going on and the boys got straight down there and took care of him? Who? What awful person did this? I still can't believe in myself. Gina? It was the Reaper. As in Van Zieks? What? That doesn't make any sense. Wait a minute, you don't mean... You've arrested Lord Van Zieks for it? That's right. The Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss? No. Lord Van Zieks? Like, he wouldn't. This sounds like a setup or something. What the heck? Doesn't make any sense. Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Berg Van Zieks the police have arrested. The weird tameness from before, the calm before the storm, yep. Oh my god. I did not expect Gregson to be the victim here. Oh. Poor Gregson. I saw him with my own eyes. In the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses. They heard the gunshot, apparently. And when our lot got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. But there's no way Lord Van Zieks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Are we gonna have to defend the prosecutor? Probably, right? I wouldn't want us to help him though. Right? I feel like he's too... I don't know, maybe we'll get him to... we'll convince him to somehow. But Van Zieks doesn't seem like the person who would accept our help, you know? Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing? Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come and all, as soon as you can. You've got to help. Oh, I will, Gina. You have to. It's a detective's lot to appear whenever some sinister plot is unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, hmm? How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson! Mr. Naruhodo. I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later, then. Oh, Sholmes is also taken aback by it. Though he doesn't show it too much. Inspector Gregson dead? Lord Van Zieks arrested? Bruno, Susie, I've called you a handsome. It's waiting outside. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mrs. Otto? Yes. Well. To prison. Oh. Well, he's seemingly relaxed. He's just hanging out, you know? There he is, Lord Van Zieks behind bars. So it's true, he really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zieks? Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. I couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened, that Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But... Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him, at the very least. We owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please. Summit, hello, welcome, welcome. There's really nothing I could tell you. What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with this information as to share case details with the suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrain. Of course, yes. I keep forgetting they went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zieks never minces his words. But they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. I mean, the stats are not terrible today for you. Low charisma, but the rest is decent. What happened? Not your Riz. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zieks? What happened? How much do you know already? Do you already know? We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street. And that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard a gunshot. Then you were well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot, obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. Well, that's quick then. So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? I don't need to answer that. Oh. After all, you're not representing me. Going to need a lawyer, though. Who's going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zieks? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Wow. Rude? Huh. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as of yet? Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. Surely not. I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of the killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? Who knows? After the trial, Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. In some letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home, I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, so it seems. Your astute little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me that he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Harebrain is safely back in Germany now. He is. Okay. I mean, there's those two, right? So he said 19 cases, 16 people lost their lives. 3 didn't, right? And that's Professor Harebrain, Natsume, right? And Gina. Gina, still here, but also hasn't been murdered. So that's the outlier in everything. The other 2 left the country. But I don't know, like, because now I'm thinking, like, what if they tried to get to Gina but got Gregson instead? But that doesn't make any sense because she wasn't even there. She wasn't near him or anything, as far as I'm aware. I don't know. It's just a thought. It appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one. What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. But please, I have no intention of engaging your services. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. No? I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zieks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Van Zieks is so bitchy and Ryu's so nice to him, I know, right? He's like, I don't trust anyone. Especially not you Nipponese. Yeah. Even though we've already proven time and time again that I'm just a good person. Wait, a wig? Why is there a wig on the floor? A red-headed wig as well. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened then. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere. Oi, what do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers are going to be taken right out so you can look underneath and all. I want the space above the ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey, and you lot never gone over a house looking for dough when the owners are out of town? Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Oh, so you've turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself. Hello again, Gina. Chums and I was only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking that off that ad of this and wait, what? That ad of his and then just scarp it. Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah. He didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Otto. You're a lawyer, right? Yeah? Why? Were you not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you? Oh, poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? The trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zieks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Otto. get investigated? I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. No. Let's talk about the things. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. Is what all 4 years since I got out of the clink? That's when I decided to give up mid-diving and become a detective instead. Yes, Mr. Jones twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that. He did? Yep, and ever since then he started going all out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently. It's not how it's supposed to work, is it? But what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all, and look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? I heard him say as much. I take my hat off at the fellow, were his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, and the boss said that's exactly why you respected the bloke. I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard. He said something else to me and all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he only goes after people who are bad. I did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. I mean, he was still planning to flee to France to get away from it, basically. Taking Gina with him. So, you know, he wasn't 100% certain, but... What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's being rented by some cove called Huge Bone. Boone? Huge Boone. Hugh Boone. Huge Bone. What the? Why did I say Huge Bone? Hugh Boone. You tell us. I don't know, like... Something on your mind? No, nothing on my mind. It's hard to read things out loud immediately, okay? Sometimes your mind makes connections that are not there. And reading things that are not there. Hugh Boone. It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, that is, isn't it? Yeah. He's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time. If ever. Right? All the lads from the yards piled down to get stuck into the investigating. But there's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves. I do wonder. Yes, Mrs. Otto? Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone... Why do I keep saying huge? I don't know why. Huge. It's in my brain now. I can't stop it. Just give in to the inevitable now. Your friend insisted on calling McGilded Willy Wonka in your playthrough. And you got to this part. Never gonna call him. I'm never not gonna call him Huge Bone. No. What have I done? Isn't in fact Inspector Gregson himself? Wait, could it be Hugh Boone is Inspector Gregson? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. never even considered that. Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'll see. There's a few things that hint at it. We should really investigate this place in detail. I mean, there's also the board in the back with all the papers stuck to it. That is a big clue, I feel like. I see that that's where the poor inspector was found, over there. In the corner. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Candle tree. Oh, candle tree. Oh, candle tree. I'm sure that's important. Like the third candle is very sus to me. The way it looks. I don't know why, but that's sus. It's blown one of the candles apart completely. Oh, is that where the gun ricocheted or something? The bullet ricocheted, rather. And the gun used is there on the floor? Is the Reapers in it? No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But there's some big lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? Bigwig lawman? Is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'll be getting the grilling. Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. The lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for, and you'll be up for grilling and all. So no interviewing the witnesses. Okay, that's fine. What's this portrait? It's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. Ah. What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are, look! Mr. Naruhodo, quickly! Oh! It's her. Why do I feel like this woman's familiar somehow? Ryunosuke, you have the mind of a sieve. You saw her literally like an hour ago. Or something. Maybe 2, at best. But what is your brain? Of course she's familiar. We met her only this morning. It's Mrs. Vigil. At least he remembers her name. This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here? Wait, no, there can't. I'm now thinking, what if Gregson is... is her husband? But then... what? That doesn't... I mean, it lines up with the missing persons report. But it's kind of weird that he wouldn't have told... like, was he the... oh my god, now I'm... what the heck does that mean? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either. was... That is weird. Okay. I mean, it's a nice picture. Can't really do much with it. Fireplace? Empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust, look. I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right, it's one or the other. Somebody very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least let in sunlight. You could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. Excuse me. If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Right. Perhaps I'd better leave you to your work then. Oh, too many tears. Excuse me. Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir. Poor man. He can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. They're all really upset about the Inspector's death. This looks like some sort of notice board or something. It's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look. This, you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it? And these are case notes here, and details of prison inmates. In fact, they're all sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. And this one here. Oh yes, the advertisement you mean. To the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here? Uh-oh. Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. No, not the Red-Headed League again. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. Yes, there's wax splattered on the wall behind, look. I suppose if a bullet had hit it, it does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. Okay. We have a wig. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is a bright red hairpiece. And I suppose the fact that it's right here next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? And in such a flame-colored red, too. Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently somewhere elsewhere, isn't it? Exactly, this is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. Actually, now I want to check. Could this be Gregson? I don't know. I don't know if it could be Gregson, you know? I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. It doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You always want to see what's lies beneath, don't you? Not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head. So it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you want to take it off again, don't you think? That is true. You don't want to just glue it, you know? Glue it to your head. It's an interesting wig. How do we... Did we just take it off the wall entirely? Ah, there are some black marks here, look. Yes, they looks like some sort of scorch marks. But perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan. I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. Okay, well, nothing else to see here. Gun? This is presumably the murder weapon then. Oh my, it is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. There's only one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot. No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. Yeah, don't shoot the gun at a murder scene, especially since it's the murder weapon. You probably don't want to do that. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh, okay. It's the same conversation. There's nothing else going on here. What's this? It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way. Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zieks playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. Could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case. I agree, it is rather delightful after all, in a way. Okay. Anything special about this thing? The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The hand part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too, for fun? Oh, don't do that. Oh god. What's that? It appears to be some sort of key. It's tiny though, it couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. So what's it for, I wonder? What the heck? Wait. Is that a key? I guess it's possible? What? That is weird, okay. Okay, and then where the body was... This is where the victim... That's right, the rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away, and it would presumably be under Dr. Syde's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week. From the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a robe, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that bloodstone next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. True. Misato-san is so strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. Okay. Is that all? I think so. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything else out of the ordinary. Let's talk about the gun. Oh, okay, she doesn't want to talk about it. What about this? Nope, okay. Gina has no help here. The wig? Nope. We're just presenting every piece of evidence. Photograph? Nope. Nothing. Candles? Nope, also nothing. Well then. I don't know what else to do. I was gonna try to talk to Mikotoba about stuff, but I guess not. Wait, Gina said that there was someone who could help with the gun. But I don't know where to go with it. Let's talk to the prison guy. No, okay, he's not here. Oh, actually, we can investigate stuff here. What about this clock? Naruhodo, you could be imprisoned if you are caught. That's a good point. Okay, fair. We can't investigate. Damn it. I wanted to see what he would say about the clock. Mr. Sholmes? You around here? No? I think I'm just missing something, but I'm not sure what. Do I actually need to present something that I just... Ah, here we go. The Red Hatted League. Oh, that business? Yeah, Inspector Lestrade here. Soon had that one buttoned up. I thought it was Mr. Sholmes who let that pair into a trap, wasn't it? Listen, Otto. It ain't easy going from East End diver to Scotland Yard detective, alright? But anyway, it's all part of the charm in it. Being a bit loose with the truth when it helps. That's wrong for so many reasons. Maybe. I should get Iris to write stories about me. The Adventures of Inspector Lestrade. Right, okay. That didn't help. It was something I could, like, actually present, though. No, there's nothing at all. What do I do? Have I ever watched EastEnders? No. No, I have not. I have heard of it, obviously, because it's been like one of the longest running shows ever or something. It's terrible. Oh no. Well, some people like it, I guess. Otherwise it wouldn't run for that long. It's just one of those, like, drama things, right, isn't it? Where it's just like, oh no, this person has done this thing. It's just like, that's the accent you should be aiming for with this kid. Soap opera, yeah. Miss Gina, you mean? I like what the voice I've got with Gina. I think it's appropriate. I think you don't know what to do here. Ah. Okay. You've made good time. I took an express train back to London. Who's this? I can hear Lord Strongheart, can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. Oh. It's our friend. Well, friend. It's Cosma. Can we call him our friend still? Probably. Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check out all the paperwork. It's Kazuma-sama. Ah, your timing is impeccable. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zieks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zieks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Oh no, surely not. It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. So does that mean the trial is tomorrow? Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Kazuma. But of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Usogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings, leading the prosecution. Wait, what? Kazuma? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of the law. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor? Uh-oh. Dun dun dun. I hope he can hold his drink. I'm sure he can. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no, people all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey, and now the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so. The public wants answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. But Lord Van Zieks firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least until now. No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. Okay, well, I'm sure it will be fine. At this time, our defense-aspiring body is now a prosecutor, yeah. Strange how these things go. Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow? That's right. But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. I have no doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented, quite exceptional in fact. You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's great prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as judiciary closing ranks. So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution. Inosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed after practicing law in this land for so many months. Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. It'll be fine. Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zieks? That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure. So she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo, be direct. It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim. No, Gregson had his gun on his person. What about Lord Van Zieks? He claims it's currently not in his possession. What? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's, it's no proof that it's actually his. No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zieks. Yeah, that's not good. Let's talk to you. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you. It'll be alright now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me. But there's something that won't return to the way it was before. What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Yep. Wasn't the plan, but I guess now he is that. Doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. Okay. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Hold it! Before you go, Ryunosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Oh. I actually have a favor to ask. Which is... This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel. Why? What's all this about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his faith in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. That's Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson. In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who's the third person? I think that's his brother, right? Must be. Baby Baroque, yeah. It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes, what I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. Oh. You got the photograph. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Kazuma is acting strangely and his body language is so stiff, but his OG team is here and he wants Ryunosuke in court with him, and he's even helping. Kazuma, yeah. There's something he still wants to do. Which I'm assuming has to do with his father still. Or, yeah, because it's the whole Reaper thing. It must be related. It must be. Lord Van Zieks is still reading that letter. We've been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. Or he's just rereading it, you know. Sentimentality and stuff. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Okay, case notes. Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow. Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no. You were just talking to Lord Strongheart and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. Asogi? Yeah, he does not like the name Asogi. I get it. I understand. That's it's not a name you want to hear. Barak, last time we visited him, the yard doesn't share details about the case with suspects. Yep. But he's Barak van Zieks. He's not a suspect. What do you mean? He's undercover, actually. Ah, well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Can I present to you an old photograph? We came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother, Clint. I knew it. It had to be, really. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Graxton's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know? Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense. No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Dina Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. Feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle. An insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey. Okay. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi. Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father. So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset. But what could he have been hoping to achieve? Let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. Epitome of my bane, right? The bane that is you Nipponese. Strongheart, lol, this will be so funny. I feel like that would be Strongheart. Even though he comes across as such a strict person with the timekeeping and everything. Sometimes the things he does, I'm like, you're just trolling now. I'd only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called professor. Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Sogi? Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Oh, how awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the Professor case inquiry, Lord Mail Strongheart. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted. I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? Ah, and of all things, as a lawyer. I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, that hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it. And I can understand why, now I know the history. But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Asogi I am the bane of his. The Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. I'm not sure about that. Maybe in part, but I think he just wants to know the truth. As well. Of everything. Not just this case, but also his father's case 10 years ago. Gregson's transfer to the Paris police prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming months. But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does that happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean? It's the first time I've ever encountered it. Oh. The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. Sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself. By uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh my, 10 years ago? Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time and rarely performed. And my brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So, you must have had a great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. It's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. Inspector Gregson. So, what did he find then with the full autopsy? Like, what they keep being, like, they keep putting hints in there of like, oh, this and this, but not, like, not elaborating any further. It's just like, oh yes, this happened. Like, okay, but what then? What about that? Why won't you tell me more details? It's a slow trickle of information. About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Ah yes, that's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That, I don't know. Oh, I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. You have something in common with Lord Van Zieks after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese. Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it? Well... They don't like being compared to each other. Makes sense. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. And Mr. as well. And Zeeks. Are you actually starting to respect me? Possibly? I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or the lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Zieks. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now. I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asogi. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. And when you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean this photograph? Back then, I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I looked to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. Then my life is in your hands. Oh. Lord Van Zieks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Yeah, like asking a person that he despises in a way, right? To represent him in court is quite something. You adore that scene so much. It is a very good scene. The dialogue is very good. I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey against my old friend Kazuma. Yeah, we've got this. I hope. To be continued. Dun dun Done. That was only the first part, and it took me like 3.5 hours. Oh no. I hope the other parts are going to go a little bit faster than that. I hope. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no, it's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There's a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? I suppose. I think so. Oh. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you are certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details, however. I understand that no jury has been selected. Oh. A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. Closed courts. Interesting. Barak pouring some of his heart out to Ryu and placing his life in his hands, showing him an unprecedented level of respect even as he continues struggling with his self-admittedly irrational racism. Yeah, exactly. Combat, hello, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Did you have a good day? Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Shams. Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Huh. What to one man is a little hair problem is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Or maybe you shouldn't drink so many dubious potions. What's that pose? Don't worry about it. Work is okay? Well, that's good. I mean, work is work, right? But I'm doing good. How are you, Combat? I hope you're very well. Tyrannosaurus about Gregson and dubious hair potions? Apparently, yeah. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor. And that would be? Your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes. After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind. My own. Oh my god. Why do you have to turn a compliment into your own self-centered image, Sholmes? What the heck? What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Oh. Oh. Mikatoba. Mr. Mikatoba. And Gina, of course, as well. But I assumed Gina would be here. But I wasn't expecting Mikotoba to be here. Because Gina is, of course, the detective on this case. That makes sense. But I guess we'll figure it out. What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Not sure about that. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Otto? Oh, yes, Gina? Why do you agree to this, though? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke? Everyone says it was him what killed the boss? I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name, he's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least that may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Otto? Get whoever did this for the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've gotta find who done this and make the wretch pay. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please. Oh, I can't stand seeing Gina like that. It's so sad. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo, Lord Van Zeeks. You've got this. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost a man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. We've got this. It's time for court. It's very weird having no jury there. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct a fair and just trial of the defendant, Baroque Van Zeeks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. And the prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels... But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. So-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present, by Her Majesty's direct orders. Why are there no members of the public, huh? Why is there so many people around here, huh? What is this? What's all these shadowy figures here then? Game? Yoda, good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. How will that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? Okay, fair. They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial. Fair, okay. They gave an answer. Bit of a coughing fit there. It's okay. Members of the judiciary. Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. There's of course another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and defense are both aliens of Great Britain. Where aliens become in peace though. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma? Very well, let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Osogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on the 1st of November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street in the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot and all have reported the same time. That's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses. Okay. Heard the gunshot. Are you sure it's a gunshot, first of all? Many things sound like a gunshot. I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. How has the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. The powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. Wait, if scorch marks are only that... Like, if it's only a few inches beyond the barrel, then why was the candle scorched? Because that wouldn't be that close, right? Especially not if it's after the bullet hit the detective. That doesn't make any sense. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama. We're not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. Okay, yeah. Must be very close range then, as I said. There's a candelabra mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. I still find it suspect, though, that how that would have worked. But I guess we'll figure it out later. We noticed that too, didn't we? That's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. Okay. Got a couple of things. Coroner Maria Gori. Don't think I've heard that name before, have I? Anyway, Tobias Gregson, male, age 45, nationality British, time of death isn't filled in, which is interesting. Cause of death, victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks the point of entry, the bullet exits the body from behind. Caliber of the gun used matched that of standard issue firearms from members of the judiciary. Okay. That all lines up with what was just said. Makes sense. It's found over there. Candelabra. There's not much else in the room, so it's at least easy to figure out what happened, hopefully. Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to Mr. Hugh Boone. I have to actually make sure that I say it correctly now, because I know that I'm prone to not say it correctly. I don't know why. There's precious little furniture inside, and it's generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When the policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So, the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, counsel. Naturally. The accused himself. Lord Van Zieks? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of the office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. I mean, yeah. Very well, let the defendant take the witness stand. There he is. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Baruch Van Zieks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zieks, that you heard Prosecutor Asoki's opening pieces. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Zieks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony then, witness. Here we go. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later I heard the gunshot, I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Okay. Why did you pick up the gun, Van Zieks? Damn it. It's like it's like the first case all over again where we pick up the gun and then we get accused. It happened to Van Zieks this time. Why can't they just let the gun lie there and instead just look around a bit? I don't know. Because then at least you wouldn't be found with, you know, gun in hand. It would still be very sus, but I don't know. It's even worse than what Ryu did because Van Zieks picked up the gun after the gunshot. True, true. That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants, and moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes, is that it? You're right, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. He's got into Kazuma. He's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Okay, let's see what he does then. I do like that he doesn't mince words. It's very nice of a witness to just tell the truth, you know? You're investigating the inspector. What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in the case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand then that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. What? The address on Fresno Street was noted in a 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zieks? I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet, you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choosing what to divulge under oath. Why did I ever think I could defend this man? True. I mean, I get why he doesn't want to say. There's a big reason, probably, but... You know. It'll come out sooner or later. It was dark inside and saw no one. Hold it! Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of this place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m. the sun would have only just gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from the outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. And there is a small desk in the room just there. Yes, I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. What did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. A moment later, I heard a gunshot, spun around, and saw the revolver on the floor. So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. Thank you for the hydrate, Twitchy. Would you say it was very dark in there? Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is, I didn't sense another's presence. Aha, then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh? Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. This is going from bad to worse. I like that he's like, no, it happened inside, where I was the only person. Yeah, well, it's all logical, really. So it's hard to defend someone who's telling the truth always, you know, when the truth is so weird. Lots of talking these games, yep. So I need to hydrate a lot. You're correct. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor. Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands. Doubtful. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. The door flew open and I heard a man scream. A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they've heard the gunshot. But without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did. It almost gave me a heart attack in the process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Oh. Here we go. Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Balrog van Zieks, is lying on multiple fronts. What? What is that supposed to mean? Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. Doesn't prove anything. Kazuma pulling out the defense attorney tactics in the new theme, kinda sick. Yeah. Except I know that Van Zieks would never lie. Because, like, if he was lying, right, why would he be like, no, the sound of the gun could only originate from within the room? Right? If you're lying already, might as well say, like, oh yeah, that sounds about right, it could have come outside the room. Or something like that, right? Only a person who's constantly telling the truth would, like... He doesn't have to lie to have contradictions. No, that's true. But that's why I'm saying, like, Kazuma is saying he lied, but he didn't lie. He didn't lie at all. As proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact. One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Yes, I can see that the only candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. Or only the candle that's been struck. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. That's, I mean, not always true? I get where they're going from with this logic, but that's not evidence, really. That's like, well, probably they were all lit. It's like, okay. How would you know that, though? That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning, so the fact is... the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. I mean... no, that doesn't make any sense. Because if it went that quickly, right? If they arrived on the scene that quickly... like, surely the candles wouldn't have burnt out that quickly. Because, like... the gunshot happens, they come in, and stuff like that, right? Things happen. If it's not illuminated then, it's not going to be illuminated at any point. Like, all you have to do is be like, okay, so if did the people who came in right after, like the police, was the candelabrum lit? If not, couldn't have been possible. Because the candles don't burn that fucking quick. Like, the time doesn't make any sense. Even if they were lit, right? If the gunshot happens, people come in, and they don't see the light lit, that means they already went out as well, or even if it is lit. Right? The candle, if they were lit at the same time, then they would be similar lengths still. This one wouldn't be longer, because the time doesn't allow for that. The time between the gunshot and people coming in. Candles don't burn out within, like, what, an hour at best? Right? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Just keep playing? Well, yeah, but I'm already seeing a lot of flaws in his presumable flaws, right? Where he's like, oh, this doesn't make sense. Well, yeah, it doesn't make sense, but it's not the thing that you think it is. It's something else. What it indicates, I have no clue, but... The accused claimed that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. No, it's not a fact. You've just made that up, Kazuma. Now to the next lie, okay. The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. That's right, we saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged, however, they include a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. It's starting to sound familiar. And there's a common thread linking all of the documents on the board. The Reaper killings or the investigations and stuff. So what's the common thread, Council? Oh no, it's not. Okay, they all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Baroque van Zieks. Well, it's the Reaper cases though. Right? That's exactly what I said. It's the Reaper cases. They were investigating the Reaper cases. But it doesn't mean it was Baroque who did that. That's someone keeping tabs on Baroque. That's... That doesn't prove anything. Again, Kazuma, what are you playing at? It's all so like... It's not good evidence. I get it, but like, it's not good evidence at all. All of them? Furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Yeah, the Reaper cases. Good lord. Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Except for 3. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout. Nope. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been in his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is we've been looking at this backwards. Explain, Counsel. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. Kazuma, that's very far-fetched, and you know it. Order, order. Very well, I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Eric van Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Asogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. What facts? He didn't state any facts. It was conjecture, all of it. Literally everything. What the heck? It was literally, like, there's no facts that were stated. Only, like, presumably the candles were all lit together, and presumably it's the Baroque's like, the Reaper's hideout, because it's all pertaining to the Reaper, right? Presumably, it's not facts. You can't just state something and then say it's a fact. Your facts aren't worth as much as my opinion, so shut. Wow. How internet arguing works. That's true. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Cosmo has done as brilliant job as ever. Has he though, Rinosuke? Has he? He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's formidable. I've already been poking holes in it. All the time. You will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. Ah, the notice board. I wanted that as evidence earlier, but we didn't get it, and now we do, okay. Oh, new witnesses, okay. Okay, what have we got? There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? The paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look. Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes picked out. Do you remember, there was a red hairpiece at the scene too? Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then? Oh, handprints. Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look. Yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, looks just like a handprint. And the color, that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. I was wondering why they didn't investigate the notice board more clearly. I guess to keep it a secret that it was all related to the Reaper until the court. Because I was like, you can inspect the notice board a bit more, right? They were just like, oh, there's a bunch of things that only a detective would have. Or stuff like that. That's all they said at the time. Now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yeah, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. The defendant may step down from the witness stand. Certainly, my lord. Okay. Well, that was a thing. Oh my god. So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. What is wrong with your lips? Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us. We're just free and easy to sell what we like and live where we want to live. I give them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them. Ah, would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Yeah, everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know? Jaunty little tidbits. Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your journal it is. 6 pence is the price and not a penny less. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir. You don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is. Pay the man, counsel. Wait, what? Alright, 6 pence it is. You won't regret it, sir. Now get your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple in Sly Tree have just had twins. Is that it? No, that's not it. It's gossip, in it? It wants to spread. But that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know? Want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious. I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar, yeah. I mean, there's more than just that. His whole appearance is questionable. What about the next witness then? What name do you go by and what do you sell? Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. Fireworks, huh? Okay. So, possible suspect of what made the gunshot. 6 pence a pop? What do you say? Don't light that in the courtroom? You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that they've got... if they get 100, they could blow up the school. Not the most savory of ideas, young lady. What do you say then, eh? Want to part with 6 pence for a pop? Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom. Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right. Oh my god, we're just getting bullied into buying things. We're the woman council. Alright, I'll buy one. Lovely stuff. Right then. This is something a bit extra, just for you. The Venus Special. Only 600 pence. Oh, that's a big one. 600? It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. Okay. Light it over there. You had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo. You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Or it's just that it's the Venus Special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like a gunshot. Exactly what I've been saying the whole time. What if it's something that sounds like a gunshot? Okay. Last witness, what name do you go by and what do you sell? I must think, me. Think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. I think. Because I stand there on the street, watching the world go on about me. They call me the observator. Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it. Sandwich? They don't actually sell anything. A problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and I think what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no. Come to think of it. Hot. Pity. No more purchases today, please. Well, we have quite a cost here, it seems. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning till night. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see. And thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they were very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witness the crime. No, they didn't witness anything. Well, that'd be bigger, I thought, just between us. Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. What I think is if all what we see is light and shadow playing with our eyes, is any of it real? Is any of it real? That's true. The court will now hear the formal testimony. We'll describe in detail what you witnessed. I don't think I trust these people already. Especially this gossip guy. He saw the whole thing from start to finish we did. Everything from the moment they went in the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. Seems to be that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened. I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared off to death, me, so I ran off to find a copper. Well, for one, he wasn't standing over the body. That would have been impossible. At least if Van Zieks told the truth, which he did. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Baruch Van Zieks. I've seen pictures of the Reaper that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folk love stories like this. I've made myself a tidy some already. Wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? Hugh Boone. Why do I can't... Okay, it's fine. The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. No. I mean, they say they saw the inspector go in. When was that, though? Or at least that's what Kazuma said. The witnesses haven't said it. Kazuma said they saw the defendant go in and the inspector. But when did they see the inspector go in? That's what I'm wondering. Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses. In a close court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. We've got this.
Hold it!
When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zieks? I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain. Just behind Inspector Gregson. Did they arrive at the same time as each other? No, not at all. The first fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard the gunshot. 15 minutes. But they don't know what Inspector Gregson looks like, as well. The victim arrived 15 minutes before, are you sure about that? Am I sure? Am I sure? Does it seem likely that I've forgotten a fellow with bright red hair like that, does it? Bright red hair, huh? Okay. Yeah, his hair really were red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even. That fiery red mop still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is. Wait a minute, you're saying the man was a redhead? Weren't you listening, chum? Oi, he was a redhead. He had a big trunk with him as well. But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. Well, there was a wig, but... it doesn't... That's, again, nothing conclusive. Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Because the wig could have been placed there as well. You know? This whole thing could have been staged. Still. That's Inspector Gregson, alright. And the red hairpiece. So, I mean, can we just show this picture and be like, is this who you saw? Because that would clear things up. Unless they only remember the hair. Of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. Why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. The photograph will be submitted as evidence, okay. What became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it just disappeared? What, do you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you? Definitely saw him in the dark going in, though no question about that. Oh, the witnesses are all sure they saw Gregson with red hair walk in. Well, they haven't actually said that. They've said they saw a red-haired person go inside. That's all they've said. The rest is conjecture, again.
Hold it!
And considering the trunk was never found, that's kind of weird as well. By which you presumably you mean the gunshot. I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building. That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang, it went, just like that. Well, he's the Reaper, and he is what the French call a fait accompli. I don't know if he would do the pronunciation correctly, actually, at all. When the Reaper's around, people are going into the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? I think we got the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime. Yes, it's certainly an eminently credible motive. Great. And at that point you ran inside, is that correct? Seems to me that the quick to talk, quick to walk gossip couldn't wait to go and see what happened.
Hold it!
So when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too? Well, me, I'm a bit hampered, you see. All the signs of that I can't move very well. You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and the big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? I mean, yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything, but I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what makes me who I am now. I sign, therefore I am. So you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago then? I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruto. I agree, he's clearly been through a lot. Turn down, King Henry Street and the Black Widower's arms is just there. Oh dear, you've made him hide behind this sign. Life is full of surprises. Trust no one in Ace Attorney, everyone is either lying or mistaken. Well, except Van Zieks. The only problem is that Van Zieks doesn't know a lot. I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body.
Hold it!
So then you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right? That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional, I did, and yelled out, "What's going off here?" Lord Van Zieks claims all he heard was a man's scream, though. Which I think is more likely, honestly. Was it dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall. Really? And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us is the first thing I noticed when I got inside. That sounds like a straight up lie to me. Because again, if that's true, that doesn't line up with the candle story. In my brain, at least. I see. Even though Lord Van Zieks claims to not have seen any such lights on the wall. That too. I don't trust this guy. I trust this guy the least. The other two so far are fine. But this one, Gossip... I mean, he's a gossip monger as well. That makes him even less trustworthy in my eyes. The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused, Baron Van Zieks. That's right, pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. Stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold, hard stare myself.
Excuse me.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am. Just 2 slices with no middle. Oh. So I don't know what you could want with me. I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. What I think is all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. That's it? Oh, you rotten bagger. I told you to keep that a secret. Commander, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Let me give you oh, there you go. Aura's there. Nice. You did it in time. I didn't have time to actually do it myself. Ash, welcome as well. Hope you had a good time. Oh, you were doing software and game development? What were you working on? Oh, your raid is questions for the witness? Oh no. I mean, I don't trust these witnesses, to be honest, so question them all you like, I guess. Zach as well, hello. Welcome, welcome. He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's all I want to say. Mr. Gossip, is this true? The floor was that slippery, that's why. Planted my head in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck. I was working on the 1 billion row challenge, trying to read and process 1 billion rows as quickly as possible. Ooh. Did it go well? I hope it did. Those challengers can be rough. I'm not very good at, like, optimization when it comes to that stuff. Yeah, I do like the raid message as well, it's so good. But the fact that he planted his hand in blood makes me think that he was the one who put his filthy paws on the notice board, but no, I'm not sure. Maybe that's just a red herring. Not sure it went well. I don't think it's any faster than when you started. Oh no. Well, it's hard to time, isn't it? You've got it down to just over 30 seconds. I mean, considering it's a billion, you said, right? 30 seconds is pretty quick. What? A pool of blood? But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold hard stare. And don't you forget it. Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand? I did. Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it just between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must. It's a 13 gigabyte text file. Oof, yeah. It's a chonker. The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once. Okay, I've got this.
Objection!
So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? Are you sure about that? You tend to come up with the raid messages if you have enough brain and know much about the game. Nice. They're good raid messages. I should do raid messages myself. I never really do that. All I do is like, oh yeah, go say hi to them or something. I don't know. Maybe I should be more elaborate with them. Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection!
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense
Objection!
asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Sogi. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board. Ah, yes indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive color of blood. You're dead right. That's my right hand. I'd know it anyway. How do you know what your right hand looks like? But sure. Well, the, like, handprint of it.
Objection!
The witness very definitively testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprint on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection!
Well, he just said it was his, though. Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim and in an upright position. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body, so it was basically right next to the corpse, on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Now it was moved. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it that you've formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord. The board is moved. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. Good gracious, so it is. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers should be pointing upwards. What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection!
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting. Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point. And that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated? Like here?
Take that!
This is the only possible location. Immediately adjacent to the doorway. If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. Why? If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear dark.
Objection!
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or, in his precise words, just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open. You look again at the floor plan. Consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. That can't... The door struck the notice board, knocking it over, and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious. My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Ah. See? Van Zieks doesn't tell lies. Order, order. Counsel, how has this not come to light before now? After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleague saw it when investigating the room. Witness, what have you to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses at me, I get the message. I don't know anything about that there notice board, I just wiped my hand on it, that's all. Well, don't look at me, I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. I don't know anything about anything, I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. None of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see, we can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah. I don't pay to expect too much. This man's endless quest for knowledge that will destroy the world. That's what I think. Do you, really? And any case, as the testimony shows. Even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barak van Zieks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite circumstances? Most certainly, my lord. Yeah, because, like, everything hinges on the gunshot. And we know that the gunshot could have been fabricated. The body might have been lying there for, like, who knows, hours, days? Who knows? Probably not too long. Probably not days, but half a day, maybe? Maybe a bit more. You may proceed, counsel. I don't know anything about that notice board. Okay. So you admit that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on? Admit it? What's to admit? Is it ever plain as day for all to see? A smashing print of my right hand? Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint. So you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you? No, I imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man? Well, did you see anybody else moving the board? I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. I'm looking at his hair. Why does he look like this guy? At least hair-wise. But like curls are similar. There was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself was standing over it. Those precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver. In other words, this witness is unable to give definite testimony on that point. Okay. Don't look at me. Okay, well, probably won't actually press everything.
Hold it!
Just in case something comes up. When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just around the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to Kingdom Come. Huh. So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to. Oh, yeah? Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? What a racket. Of course, and sometimes the teacher gives me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life selling explosives. Well, that's quite the scam. Just like, I'm gonna sell the fireworks to kids, tell the teachers that the kids have fireworks. Teachers are like, cool, thanks for telling us. Kids are like sad that their fireworks got taken away, get more fireworks. It's honestly a pretty good scheme. She's grifting little children, yeah. Well, and the adults as well, the teachers, right? By being like, oh well, I have this clue of like, oh yeah, the kids have fireworks. They're planning something. Venus is a girlful goddess indeed. Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
Excuse me!
Oh. Sandwich? Something wrong? If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it? No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Hmm? Let's say there was a great liar, and that great liar said without batting an eye. Telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth? In which case she's not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, but it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying. Are you? What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about. You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that is what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? Old blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshots seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him too. That's right. That rotten liar over there. Do you mean to say that you did in fact take yourself to the scene of the crime after all? What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch? So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief. Well, now you come to mention it. I suppose, perhaps, I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah? Either you clearly remember it or you don't. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurer's act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth. Oh yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. Alright, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. Well, alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know? Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor. The truth, please. Well, alright, just a bit then. I had to look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once-over, but there was nothing to write home about. Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had. The truth, please. Well, alright then, I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing. You're telling us that you did move that board. I think that did slip out, didn't it? What? You daft bomb pot. don't believe it. The girl doesn't think. So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps? To sell? Oh, please, I should be so lucky. In my imagination, truth now. I might have found this old pocket watch on the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much. Ah! So, it was you, was it? You're the one who took it? Gina? Look, lady, may I remind you where you are? That watch there? That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case you solved 10 years ago? The professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. I see. I swiped it off him once and blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then. It's not all that though. I took it to Jabaz's that night to ask how much it's worth. The old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. Well, I knew I should have lifted it. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh please, just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done. It's not yours. What the heck? Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again. That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith. Now, children, watch your manners. Good lord. The glass appears to be broken. More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot. It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh? Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. I mean... is that true though? Because I don't believe that for a second. The glass over the face really is badly cracked, look. It's a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Oh wait, that was... okay. Yes, I should think so. Very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact. But can you remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an odd job man? There's a tiny little stub sticking out from this small hole here, look. I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of his watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course. Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Aha! There's a tiny keyhole here, can you see it? And yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. Looks a little unusual, don't you think? You just need the right key to wind it. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Yeah, I know. I know what we need here. How do I do this, though? Do I inspect it again here? Why are they always so forgetful anyway? They're like, where have we seen this before? It's like, it's been less than a day. What the heck? Could be, let's try it at once. It works. I knew it, a perfect fit. And look, the inspector's watch has started going again. So it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Mrs. Adder? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. Yeah, because if he wound it up, always, then Why would it stop exactly at 5? That doesn't make any sense. Judge better start thinking deeply too. Okay. I have to think about that. We have a lot of evidence. Okay. Would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved, at least. As predicted, this is little bearing of the case. Well, the notice board, yes. The evidence that came out of it, though.
Hold it!
Okay. Mr. Bystander, you did go to see what happened in the room, didn't you? Resolute Street is my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sky up, a sign up high. You did go to see what had happened. It's not the destination that's important, it's how you get there, isn't it? Did you notice the notice board in the room? If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family. If I'd spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up out of a sense of rivalry, I admit. Someone really needs to tell you that you're a Homo sapiens, not Homo science. Does that mean that you didn't notice the board? I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander. Yeah, okay. It's not important, that one.
Hold it!
Oh, come on now. Don't tell us you've not noticed. He looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. But not notice board. They're the one thing he likes. You can see it in his eyes. I can't say I'd ever noticed. I'll tell you one thing for free, though. I never took my eyes off that man on the floor, or off the Reaper, not for a second. Sorry? While I was that scared, I couldn't. You never know what a fiend like that might do if you look away. If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board. Oh, that I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort. I can swear to that. Couldn't have missed it. If he'd heaved that thing upright again and dragged it into the corner. Right, glad you've cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? Feel your pain. Yeah. Can't see how this changes anything anyway. Can I present? Actually, I haven't saved at all. So let's do that before I present this.
Objection!
Boom. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh, at the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key. And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? Order, order. But Council, the watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is just when we heard the gunshot. It is exactly the hour. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it was wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when the crime was committed.
Objection!
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wind it up every morning without fail when he was waiting for the grub to come at the pub. That he hasn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece in the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Well, how do you explain that then? In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean. What would stop a man winding his watch if he'd been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer, that he was already dead. Order, order. Counsel, that is a most extraordinary
Objection!
claim. Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. The claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. That's right. Wait a minute, you're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in? What do you mean? Like I said, I planted my hand on the dirty great puddle of blood. Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh. It catches on fast, doesn't it? But that blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body. Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available in every street corner? Oh, he's calling me learned friend now? Kazuma? What the heck? Taking on Van Zieks' terms here? Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities. So then a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection!
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh please, what are you trying to say? Does not know what we heard? And it was a loud bang that came from that there room. Now you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood. I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Eh? Explain yourself then, counsel. It could have been made with fire.
Take that!
Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. Good gracious, the very fireworks that are sold by the witness. Now hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway, see? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in that room at 5 that day, and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for those peddlers on Fresno Street.
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Baron Van Zieks. One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop, see? It's why people like them. I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a A time bomb. Good heavens, a bomb? Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait, it's the whenever you like part that's important. A timed device. Yes, exactly, a timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, Counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that the timed device was employed to create a gunshot sound? Candle?
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible? Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are. Goodness, yes. But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound? That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun, which I also said. Ah. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot, suggesting it came from the fireworks. How can that be? The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burned down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. Have a good one, Twitchy. Enjoy D&D. And I will remember its boon. Yes, thank you. I will try to remember. And that's how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, what a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe, the previous day even. Now just hold your horses. All of us lot here saw the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this, Mother. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig, but the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 50 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else? What do you mean to say? It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Order. Prosecutor Osogi, what on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today, so we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But while the possibility exists my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly, I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even within the Yard. However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing, wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. I agree, surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well, counsel. Present your argument to court. I mean, the notice board, obviously.
Take that!
Wait, no? What? Was it not the case? What? Wait. Should I have... Okay. I mean, I guess this then?
Take that!
Oh, okay. Either one works, apparently. That's good. I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? So, you'd already worked it out. What on earth is all this about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. Deception of what nature, Counsel? They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. Two redheads. Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contacts with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least. The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged man to appear. Bring these 2 red-headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Sogi. At once, my lord. Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. Nice. It's a good midpoint, I think, to call it. To be continued. And here I was thinking maybe I can do the case in one stream, but no, it's not happening. We made good progress though. There we go. Right, where do I send you to? These last 2 are long. Yeah, I was thinking because they're I was hoping a little bit that they were a bit more compact than the last two, because the last two were very long. So I was like, maybe, you know, the last two were a bit like more compact and a lot happens like in short succession, which is kind of true, but not entirely. How much more is left of the game? I'm not sure. I assume I can finish it next week. I assume. Because I think this Thursday I should be able to finish this one. I hope. Oh, have a good luck, Yoda. I am ending as well, so enjoy your dinner. Yeah, I don't know. The cases can take a while. They're very long. We're getting there though, eventually. Eventually. I'll send you over to Combat, who is playing some more Lies of P. So you can see him die a bunch, probably. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I hope you had a good time. We'll see how this case develops further. I think I'm doing pretty good in establishing things very early on, being like, oh yeah, this is this and this is that, and probably this is this. I've been getting into the mindset of a detective, you know? Yeah, tomorrow is Wheel Wednesday. We'll see what happens with the wheel. And then on Thursday, I'll be back with more of this. It's lots of talking, lots of stuff happening. But either way, I hope I'll see you then. Go say hi to Combat, send some love over there for me. Maybe give him a follow if you're not already following. But yeah, I'm gonna go. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Stay cozy, stay safe, stay hydrated, and until next time, bye bye everyone. Bye bye.